Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Bean, congratulations on being first, and also happy Mother's Day to you. If you haven't been said it, if no one has said it to you yet. So hope you're all doing fantastic. Welcome, welcome. We're going to be playing some Final Fantasy as a 14. Why is there no gaming sound? Hi, Ayami. Where my sound? Where's sound go? Why no sound? Where's sound go? I'm fine. How about you? I'm a little bit confused because I don't see to have any sound right now, which I had before I started stream. Oh, there it is. Ah. Hope y'all had a great weekend. It's your kid that did that, Bean. Keep it in check. Stop giving it items. I'm fine. I hope you're doing fantastic. We're gonna be doing some We're gonna be doing some whatchamacallit, MSQs today, and we'll continue the story of Endwalker. We're almost done with the first part of the main part of Endwalker. There's like maybe 20 quests left. And after that, we're gonna go to post Endwalker, and after that, we might be able to reach Dawn Trail today, but I don't think so. It's quite a lot because I do have stuff tonight. My sister will probably want to play video games with me, so we'll do that. Yeah, I'm gonna say made me Rice Krispie, and I got Mr. Wing for Mother's Day. Gotta take her to the doctor today. Your mother or your child? Okay, Lucia is taking stock of the present situation.
No major injuries then. Good.
Okay, good.
I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuno Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Yeah, so the world is going to poop yet again. But this time I think it's the worst calamity that's been happening.
Trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time.
So yeah, every time a creature appears, it either kills its victims or it scares them so much into despair that they become the creature.
Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
You just saved us.
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions.
Yeah, see? That's what I meant.
Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Yeah, deeds matter.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
Also in the game yesterday, I
It
bought a
seems you have
house.
everything under control. You
In the
will
game.
excuse
IRL
me,
can't
for
afford a
my
house.
own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Not sure you're gonna follow that swear, my friend. Knowing you, Alphino.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
Well, at least we'll know what's happening on their side.
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
Nope. What? Pudding way! Why are you walking like a zombie, idiot?
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Yay! Friends!
Dawn may banish even the darkest night,
Hi, Oriander.
and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Speak of you.
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Idiot.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
Are you done up there, though?
So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still.
Doom. I like.
It's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned Operation Doom.
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Eggplant. Hey, Kimmy!
Consider the plight of
Eggplant.
peasant company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom.
Pudding and Doom. What a combination.
As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal.
I want 18 of these
We were
buggers.
born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it?
Hope you're doing fantastic, Kimmy.
Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
They're basically aliens.
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow. Well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Good to have with you, Batman. I'm speaking like him now.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Stupid pudding way.
If
Apparently
that's the
people
case,
complain
can
about
we
pudding
start
way.
moving before Urianger catches his death. Even I'm freezing out here.
Because that's not winter
I dare
clothes,
say
you
we'll
idiot.
warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
I've accepted the quest. We're back in old Charlian. I dare say, Master Fortune was a nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians. As we'll soon discover, they have much more to offer to the Forum. I suggest we return to Annex forthwith. We had yet time to discuss their recent adventures, or we are to summon to Rostra. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys me house. Let's see here. I can't do it from there. My house is the most barren thing ever, so don't be surprised there's practically nothing in there. But eventually, when I do feel the need, I'll refurnish it a little bit more. So there's nothing in here. There's a few things. There's a painting down there. I placed some of the items I have acquired without buying them. So yeah, it's like it feels like a bachelor's apartment. Let's see. Did I sell anything while I was gone? I have not. Oh yeah, so little plot of land right here. I'm surprised I was able to find something. I think I might not be the only person that has like an empty house. Yeah, they probably have more stuff inside, but some of these estates are really well furnished. A lot of people put a good amount of effort in making their habitats quite impressive. Let's see. See if I can get myself a few minions. They're not too expensive. See, that's not expensive, so let's grab that. Tiny rat. Not expensive. 10,000 is not expensive, I find. Baby bun. 3,000, I'm fine with that. Bluebird. 12,000, that's still okay. 2,000, that's fine. Tiny tortoise. 5,000, still fine. Baby bat. 20,000 started to be high a bit, but I'll still grab it. Wind up Doulahan. Geigen pole. Wind up Aldegoat. Model Vanguard. Getting all the minions. Wind up Cocoon. Wind up Tonberry. Woo! 80,000 is a little bit much. We're gonna wait a bit. Plush cushion. That's a minion. A cushion is a minion. Okay, we'll have to check that. Baby Opopo. Well, that's adorable. Minute Mind Flayer. Magic Broom. 24,000. Well, how much am I at? Oh, I can grab the Magic Broom. It's good. I want to go closest to. And there we go. Anyway, okay, we got enough. So, okay, I'm curious on the Magic Cushion. Minions. Page 3. Really? Oh, I get. Okay. It's not It's not a minion per se. Okay, it's just like an accessory you can just sit on. Because it doesn't. That is so dumb. These are probably like the magic brooms from Matoya's cave. Yep. Behavior stationary. The baby Opopo. Oh, okay, that's adorable. That's adorable too. I think this might be one of the most average. No, just an orb. Okay. Tiny robot. Wind up Aldagoat. Oh, that's cute. Oh, it's obedient. That's interesting. Oh, that's adorable. What the heck is this? Oh, it's a tadpole. It flies. Ew. I'm happy it's not white. Wind up Doulahan. Way smaller than I was expecting. Normal tiny bat. I am the despicable you. I have a lot of minions. Tiny tortoise. Infant imp. It has a diaper. I think it flies too. Yeah. Don't you look grumpy? Tiny burb. I have so many imps. That's not imps, minions. Tiny burb. If I recall, if I do slash beckon, it's gonna land on my shoulder. Nope, not that one. Some of them do. Tiny mushroom. I'll show you an example in a few seconds of a minion that lands on your shoulder. Does the tiny rat do? Nope. Tiny bomb. Okay, let me show you a minion that does land on your shoulder. Let me see if I can find Wind Up Nanamo. Doom. Wind up. There she is. So what's funny about Wind Up Nanamo, since she's tiny, she actually climbs on you, and then she's on your shoulder. I love it so much. It's so adorable. Look at her! Okay. Okay. Back to the game at hand. This was like a tiny side quest while we return back to our destinations. I'm gonna sing the doom sound. Doom, 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 doom. Should you choose to undertake this quest, note that guidance from the journal, doodle list, and map will be limited. You will need to read the text carefully to decipher the clues and determine the course of action. What is this? You're a Mitmund King, are you not? I have been looking for you. I am an adventurer too, that I have been tasked to deliver this letter and box to you. Though I can't say who sent them, rest assured that my client means you no ill. My work is done, so I'll leave it to you, but I suggest you start by reading the letter. Huh? Dear Mitmund, this is a gift for you in a box, if you can open it. To do so, you must acquire 3 keys, the keepers of which are somewhere in Charlayan. Solve the following riddles and find them. Okay, I'm going to try to see if I can take note of these. Let's see. That's not a good... Oh, this should be good. Okay. This is a game after all. Towards wisdom aspiring, a keeper... Towards wisdom aspiring, a keeper doth gaze. Towards wisdom doth gaze. By young minds inquire, a new trail blazes. A new trail. So yet the mind is muscle, it rests doth grow. Yet the mind is a muscle. So something about a library. Mind, muscle, grow, embrace, slumber. So that would be an inn. Be better to know. Oh my God, there's more. By life ever flowing, a keeper doth wait. By life, so this would be a fountain. His hunger to stay, yet no prize is coveted in a golden hue, dimension of which I never thought rude Blessed by the nymph, a keeper doth stand. Blessed by the nymph, enthralled by a tale, a book in his hand. Yet evocative the letters of parchment may be. This word said in merchant pale. So I'm guessing a library, a fountain. This one's a little bit harder. Blessed by the nymph, a keeper doth stand. Enthralled in a tale, a book in his hand. The last one has... No, this would be an inn. The other one would be a fountain, yeah. This one. Blessed by a nymph, the keeper doth enthralled in his books. Now the other one has a book. Find these three keepers using the hints and then you may review the letter in your inventory. Okay, so one would be at an inn, and there's an inn right here. This is the inn. Okay, so that's not it. Okay. Okay, there's something about the fount. The water flows right here, so I'm guessing there's going to be somebody over there. Let's go see if I'm right. Yeah, excuse me. I need to find somebody as well that's pondering in a book. The scholar. I would have half expected somebody to be here. So it's not there. An inn or a library, a fountain, and the last one, the only thing that that stood out to me, they had a they would be holding a book. I don't want to use the interwebs right now either. I'd like to see if I can find them naturally, you know. Babeth Ironheart. Towards wisdom aspiring a keeper doth towards wisdom aspiring. So that one would be looking towards the library, and the library is somewhere around here, if I recall. Or is it here? No, the library is over here. Yeah, okay. And he would be gazing towards that place. I probably don't know what's going to be in the treasure chest, but I hope it's going to be somewhat useful. So gaze towards wisdom, it says. Pudding way. Oh! Wait. Pudding else in jiggle and yes. Okay, that's not it. He was gazing towards the studium. He was holding a book too, but apparently that's not it. I was expecting I'd be getting that one. Maybe the rostra. The Nymphaeum! Oh, right, somebody mentioned about Nymphae. They were holding a book. Looking at a fountain. Damn it. Ah, holding a book. Grow stash. I can do that. Which mustache I am at right now. Haven't done that in a while. Let's see. I think it's this one. Okay, it's that one. There we go. When you stop me, it means you've solved the riddle. Besides, all of our matter pupil, you comrade is the least poetic by far. Of all our master's pupil, your comrade is the least poetic by far, but that never stopped him from trying to woo the lady with song. He truly is. Still, it's good to see him hale and whole. From what Master tells us, he's been through a lot. Him do pass along my regards. So I solved that one. So I solved the third one, the one that I had most trouble with. So the second one would be to a place where a lot of people are, and they need to rest. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So far, you mentioned a place of tranquility. This is called Tranquility, so... Waiting woman. Nope. No. No. I would expect this place is, they need a place to, basically, they seem to be scholar, they need to rest, they're talking. Nope. This place is huge. Nope. Nope. Oh God, nope, don't want to read all that. Towards wisdom aspire, keeper doth gaze. By young minds inquiring in new trails blaze. Yet the mind is a muscle, it rests doth its grow. So let the embrace slumber. Okay. So he no one's holding food. Nope. Strange creature. That's a giant beaver. I'm gonna talk to every single person before I actually find a clue. Damn it. It's something about resting. disciple of the land or hand. It would make sense that what I'm looking for would be around here somewhere. Because this is a place in search of wisdom, right? Well, this is confusing to say the least. Did I talk to Beavis? I think I did talk to Beavis. I spoke to freaking everyone. One of them is holding food, so it's probably at the food court. Right here. I don't remember if I spoke. I think I did speak to everyone. No, I did not speak to everyone here. I spoke to that one. Dickin. I have no idea. I'm gonna cheat in a few seconds. Oh, I bit my tongue hard. That's not fun. Okay, I thought No. Oh, Lord. Okay, I'm tired of this. It's called The Secret in a Box. FF14 Secret in a Box. Oh my God. Okay, so I was skipping. I actually found the people. Fridge me. I just need to do extra steps. God damn it. Oh, and wait. No, I didn't go to the right place apparently. How was I supposed to find you way over there? Holy schnitz. Okay. The last one's gonna be at the other one's at 7.913. The fact you can't use a mount in town is kind of rude. You summon more mustache? Okay, I just saw that. Am I at the right spot? 7.8, no, 7.9, 13.8. Oh, I'm not at the right spot. Ad break coming up soon. Sorry, unless you have the proper subscription and or Turbo Nitro Turbo. Not it. 13.8 right there, and 13. Oh, there he is. Jesus. There we go. I got the last key. Ad break. Trouble again, my care at this has I found being. They showed the boy as returned a man, but a set of his face alone pains me as mature greatly. A part of his lifetime is I thank you for being there for him and task that you continue to do so. Me for not seeing this area. In spite of myself, I've never been good at expressing heartfelt sentiments in person, hence this letter. The matter of distillery, at least I wish to make interesting, and I hope from it. Huh? Was this Thancred's master? $545. These items are $542. Ad break still going on. And we're back from the ad break. Enter the hall. Hello. Not that I'm complaining you're injured, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. Extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken the Leporus a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Crowd tells us to have obtained the knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. That's good. I have news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelation did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? All kinds of stuff. Then this dies the final days. If his Akasa is for one of the same, this all but proves blah blah. Where identity throughout the sheer force of emotion to channel its vast dormant reservoir. Let me do this because I can't read. Its powers might surpass even of either. But if our star is to replete with either, said entity would need to be outside of its influence and effectively manipulate the dynamics of the greater expanse. Medion. Or rather, the star is suffering a fallen civilization that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn for every corner of the universe, all for the single purpose, the destruction of Aetheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We even but one aim, to defeat Medion. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Medion, we delivered the world from the final days, but to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we determine her location. Before we escape, and was placed upon Venad, the woman who would become Heidelin. The implication of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Venad we met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to their intrinsic qualities, as you know, oh my lord, sorry. As an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends to use to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Medion? I do not know would never give up. No, but Medion is still out there. Useless answer. That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues of such Elspis, as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting. Let me just do something. FF14 side quests. God damn, my second monitor is so dirty. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So what's the second condition? We must find the means of reach Medion. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Heidelin must be by necessity come first. Did you, Master Matoya, have any luck with your investigation to either sea? Sadly not, though we enlisted the help of Aaron Vald and other Echo-blessed allies. We couldn't detect so much as a whisper of Heidelin, even from within the anti-tower. Master Matoya is on the opinion that this, in the years since abandoning the Forum, has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing ethereal sea built closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, we've received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us to. Let's hear what they have to say. That one, those ones are done. There's going to be a lot of side quests here once we're done. The foreign instance has said the rest is closed for visitors. I was asked to come here. Sign of done. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, and will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds national discourse in the highest. The implements of war. Oh. Whoops. The forum. Let me guess, it's gonna give me an error message saying I'd have to take off my weapon. Ah, okay. No, what's the... Bunny boy.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
When the voices do speak, I put it automatically.
We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, The ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
Oh, I took off my hat. So polite.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Charlian has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Charlian citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct.
So it's not. It works, but it's not as.
This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated.
That's my fault.
At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
We could get Sid. Pretty much he can help us with that.
What if the Scions
We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect."
And what's the second condition?
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Makes sense. Can't convince 99 people.
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration.
Yeah, let's go get Sid.
I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
They should all accept, because the fact that they can refuse if we fuck up, you know? I see some of you not raising your hands, you bastards.
In favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
Did Fourchenot live it? No, Fourchenot did not live his hand.
As the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
You dick.
Very well.
You have nothing to lose because, like I said, he can refuse at any point.
Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Okay, so that's done. Everybody left. Sorry about the not letting the rest of you into my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet on the most part, but since we require both the means of communicating with Hydaelyn and Radiation Medion, in a spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves in the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem with the burner. I'd like to think it's not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. Let's go get Sid! It might behoove us to learn how the Aether Runner... Oh, hi Nanamo. She climbed on my shoulder. Before we attempt to improve it, though. Hey, dickbag. Fortunately's ability to maintain stiff upper lip is being sorely tested. And it says, I shall take you to see the Aether Burner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your way away there. So the Ark is being built in the labyrinth. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? And poof. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The farm is, in its wisdom, has granted you access to Archeon's lift. Step inside of the Ophiline, take you to the medial circuit. Lift operator! Lift operator! Would you wish to take the lift? No. I have sent your associate ahead the Logistung Alpha on the other side of the Muriel Agronomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend the matter at hand. Labyrintho side quests. Okay. Before we do anything else, we're going to start searching for Aether Currents because we are not Aether Currents. We got 2 more to get on foot, and the rest are all quests. Okay. Southwest. That is some ways to go. That place looks massive. Holy. Okay, so apparently I won't be able to make it just yet because it's somewhere inside of here. Yeah. Oh, 5:15. No, we're at 5. We're at 5. We haven't been down here. I've been down here before. Yeah, I've been down here before. Okay. Stray garlic, stray egg. Alphino. Oh. Is it a spoken cutscene or I have to pause it? We're to wait here while our father arranges us for the next lift. Here, being logistic effort where the atmospheric conditions of that episode are regulated. Water is drawn from the underground and dispersed as vapors, stimulating formation of artificial clouds and rain. By limiting the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? He studied. My father brought me here as a child. Wait, and left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. This all too easy to take for granted for any interweaving aspect of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanism employed by the Loporets in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such process in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos define the lunar prison forged to contain the ages of... Oh my... I'm so sorry. Oh boy. Oh god. Stretching. To the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Highland unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation to great exodus. But that is not all. It is also testing a ground for the technology that will allow us to settle distant stars. Though the Loporets have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter this central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. I wonder if it's the Lunar Well from Final Fantasy IV, because this whole expansion yells out Final Fantasy IV. Restrain you, however, you will not be subject to such restraint, and you will have free reign to come and go as you please, such as the will of the Forum after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of your trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. Lift up. Hi, Esther. My decree is for silence $7 payment to enter the central circuit. Yes, please. The Aether burner is being constructed not far from here, overseeing the work of Kukol Dakol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary instructions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particular this way. Why are there so many enemies, like, walking freely, willy-nilly in a self-preserved area, you know? I find it. I don't know why the chocobo porters are a thing, because as soon as you're able to fly, they lose completely their purpose. To the south, directly to the south, so it's completely at the opposite side of where I am. We're almost at level 99. We're so close. It shows that, like in Elden Ring, it shows that magic has been used to construct so many of these infrastructures, because holy massive Batman. Like the giant glass dome. What the heck is this? You're a giant fart cloud, aren't you? Bum 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 bum. Okay, time to find the Aether Currents. Southeast. Okay. More southeast. Directly to the south. Southwest. Wait. Northwest, so it's somewhere. If it's way up there, I'm gonna be sad. Northwest. North. West. North. Oh, there it is. Jeebus. Ici à la place. Okay, so that was a pain in the butt to find. Then the other one is directly east. Okay. Square. Giant burb. Do 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 do. $49, $149 east. So it's probably up the hill right somewhere. Yeah, there it is. And there you go. I won't need to bother to try to find the Aether Currents. I have them all available. Then the other ones are all going to be unlocked with quests. Just discover the map over here. There we go. Hello, Kakal Denkol.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blind.
Does he have a mullet?
Are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Ether Burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
Normal, we're not from here.
Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise.
One of us is.
Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
Okay, that's rude.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Ether Burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the Ether Burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some in's like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the northern empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
We're gonna go find some.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need.
So Alexander?
According to the gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
You want me to go fetch the whatsits?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this? Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
We're gonna go to the old expansion.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allegan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all.
Oh, I don't remember who Serena
Are there
is.
other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Any road, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Could combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I like the voice doesn't match the
I
size.
gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
Some of these names I don't
I'm
remember.
certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
That guy will never smile. I'm gonna be impressed if he does smile one day, looking at his son and daughter and saying, "Hey, you did a good job." So far, nope, he's an ass. It sounded like these were a reminder of how famous or infamous Alpha has become. You'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation. If we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. And who might that be? That's one for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Ulda, Pippin.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberg will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
The fate of the world is upon us, and profit is to be made.
Are truly as dire as they say. Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
Ah, an amigo. Hey, Lise.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I
won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Papalimo died a while back. Meanwhile, in Corthus,
There you are. We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
we in Horshafont we remember. There's going to be an ad break in a few seconds here.
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance.
I need to go take a leak. I'll be right back. While the ad break plays on.
For assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
And we're back. Okay, so. Hancock, what an awful name. More unfortunate name depending on how you look at it. Toidle!
Hmm? Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Snick! Okay. Huffman is resisting the urge to pat himself on the back. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantine secret, we will only know if they meet a requirement once they have arrived. Is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ah, you've already done more than enough. You had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. Ha! If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha are established a rapport, why don't we help the preparation of the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond in terms of arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to have familiarized ourselves with the logistics of traversing the great expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling your thumbs while we wait for the adamantine. Well, ain't yo a bunch of helpful buggers. We've mind to lend a hand. I know where you ought to go. Charlie Hanma is a lousy with researchers and scholarly types busying themselves preparing for the exodus. Pah! That lot and all help they can get. Well, then off we go. Okay, so what does this look like? And again, I have no pants. Kind of cool looking. Okay, so do. I teleported here. How'd you guys get so fast? Cheaters. From what I can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of the fresh inspirations Galark, Montishane mentioned. Let's start by asking around. I dare leave without... Give me. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. Ah. I saw a quest giver over here. Hi. Vex Veterinarian. Find a wayward troll and slay any Analas that attack. That is so. This is one of my weirdest mounts. Look at this thing. What the heck is this? So that's an Anala. Mr. Troll, you are not a... Oh, my lord. Oh, no, you're adorable. Never mind. I just saw your face. You're cute. Grr. Mwah. I realized something a while back, but actually today confirming it. I'm not good with riddles. Yeah, probably need to sharpen my mind a little bit more. Not you. Grr. No. We can grab the request from this guy. Not useful for that one. I need to talk to 2 more people, but we're gonna do that afterwards. No. So the only one that's useful is the last one I just picked up. Gobsmack garlic. That's a language. Peculiar vegetable. Oversized apples. These do seem quite. Yeah, these are huge apples. A lot of people will like these. Petting the cat that wants attention. She thinks she needs food, but it's too early. Okay, time to find some goobers. goober number 2. And then I need goober number 3. Ah. There we go. Oh, come on. Okay. Really? Okay, got it. Search for the beheaded. What? Oh, Jeebus. Hi, Living Way. Fancy meeting you here, Midwood. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny boat, teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't have use of any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Icarus itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We are hoping to the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all the time to prepare and they're still not ready? I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we are planning to do until we chance upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? I guess. Try as we might, Urianger cannot free himself to the Loporiths. A tour lever, an unexpected yet prudent suggestion, given the similar betwixt his artificial environment and best ways burrow. Twould be in our best interest to have the Loporiths acquainted themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlene collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than the broadening of their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture? What marvelous idea! Might we begin with the great big hoit? What's it over there? What's it yonder? Ah, yes, the what's it. I shall leave this to Midwood. Thank you. How do you want me to explain something I don't know what it is? Well, Singing Way's having fun. Where's Pudding Way, though? Goodness me, to build something so large without creation is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to these important features. That thing! Oh man, I goofed. Did I goof? I did goof. Yeah, I swapped them around by accident. There you go. Search for apparatus for a point of potential interest. You may move the camera. Okay. Show the person an important feature of this apparatus, or at least a feature that seem important. Okay, give me a second. This looks like the trees in greatest Easdale. Ensville. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. Isn't thing at the bottom but big at the mother, quite tall for something so unbalanced. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Observe the tanks. Tanks? Tanks. It's a bit hard to see from here, but it is a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks. And I see I came through the window and another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be where the purifying water drawn upon from below. And the last one, the metallic tubes. Boop. Is that water I fear from inside the great... that I hear from the great giant big tube? It must be because of those cogs in the giant wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside, too. Why am I even here? You guessed everything without me. I just pointed it out. Well, if it were a hazard to guess, water is drawn from the underground, presumably with some sort of mechanism. It purified there, stored in the ore before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I don't know! I knew it! A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install it even the harshest of environments. For us Laportes, that is. Indeed, securing the reliable source of water is the utmost importance for any fledgling who whatchamajit. We have to read, however, that peoples of Itheris are sometimes make their homes in the arid deserts. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thanala are built near an oasis. Areas near waterfalls are common sites in the village of Gurabanya. Let's go with Thanlan. So wherever you could choose to live, you're never far from water. Water is a source of everything, you know. Oh dear, we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we anticipated. If you just may be in order, once we calculate the average rate of consumption per individual, it also may be worth learning more on how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alpha spoke of a machine responsible for the feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap developers will share this appreciation of the engineer marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlene Hammond. I shall lead the way. You mean you'll all have to be the untamed wilderness? Untamed. A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think that what would have become of us. Regrettably, too many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth lopers may appear to be potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. They are rabbits! I might use... yes, I will. Safe passage. For my part, I shall act as an escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I turn trusting in Wayne growing to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. I am the savior of the world for a few times. I think I should be fine. Come on, guys. It's all the same to you. I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come on, Greenway, to the water extraction. What's it? Yeah, at least we're happy. You know what? I need to find... This is a really... This would be a really cool suit. Too bad I'm using it right now. But this would be a really cool suit for Dancer. Yes, a chickaboo! Burp. We're gonna get attacked, are we? Hi, guys. Yeah, if you see like a purplish glow, there's always an enemy nearby. So what's gonna attack? Just one dude? Okay. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extract what's is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be the burnt to crisp if it's all the same to you. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ah. My friends, I bid welcome to the Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie that lifts top. Pray follow me. Hey, Nanamo's on my shoulder. Please take me up. Thank you. Marvelous, simply marvelous. This is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment of sustained life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out to the way they are because of available resources? And I wonder, I think the second option. We living beings adapted to what was around us. Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. I'm gonna get ourselves some new pants. Mais oui. Cooking Way. Cooking Way is eager for a change of venue, or at least a change of what's it. This is very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge of consumer you seek may be found in the Marial Agronomics. As I imagine, Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, would that be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, I will. Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Some of the delicacies Uriandra was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose description cannot compare to the sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetheris will be soon no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. Now where to? This is the crafting mount from Shadowbringers. As you can see, it's a dragon with a tiny hammer. Really fun. Hey, Cooking Way, you're far off. Is this place? Yes. The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd really love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crop without permission are often cut and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever is in charge if they would be willing to part with some few samples. Come on, Cooking Way. I'm pretty sure I can find you a food or two. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find a ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Do you want to go to the moon? Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environments, so many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, was it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? So let's see what we're going to try here. So these are these before we try anything, these would be grapes? Question mark. Ah, I know what these are. These are grapes. Yes. Let's see if they are delicious as they look. They are sweet. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like the ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. That's the thing, you're going to try 18 of them, are ya? Well, that's certainly giving me a food for thought, though it's a far less versatile matter than any philosopher's carrots. But tell me, what is your opinion on grapes? Ghastly. They're not ghastly. I'd brave a volcano. No, let's go with meh. Meh? An expression of indifference, I assume? I assume, in all fairness, our companion did not know there are value as an ingredient for spirituous beverages rather than as a fruit of regular consumption. We do use it more as a beverage, that is true. Anyway, that's enough about grapes. Now for the time being, on the next treat. So these would probably... these are apples. Orange. Oh, never mind, I just saw the color. Orange. Orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. I think the fruit came... I don't know, actually. Was it like a spontaneous idea that they saw the fruit, they called it orange, they didn't find anything else that matched the color, so decided to give orange a color? Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I cannot may have to be consult Riandra about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter? Kinda, yes. This is all very complicated. You know, so many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why y'all turn your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetable. Let's see what in the field over there. These will be pumpkins. Oh, wrong character. Come here. No. The color, the texture. They're some sort of enormous round carrots? No. In any case, proper nomenclature is less than concerned than the taste. These are pumpkins. Blech! It's so hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing in a piece of wood. That's all but confirms that there is nothing more than the dismissed begotten failures of masquerading as godly carrots. Stop! Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense will try to eat them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it awful an awful bother? No. Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw one to the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps these are blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, is there anything even more delicious? How about that yellow fruit over yonder? That yellow fruit over yonder. Is it? Oh, guys, are these lemons? Yeah, if these are lemons, I don't think you're gonna like this. What a wondrous fragrance. Lemons do smell fantastic, though. With like, oh god. I have no idea how these are eaten. It must bite into it. My tongue! Is this poison? No, it's a lemon. A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Ugh! It might be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. That was hilarious. As soon as I knew it was a yellow from a tree, I'm like, he's not gonna like this. Finished, have you? I must trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and the oranges, less so with the pumpkins, and though I learned that the hard way that they are not to be eaten raw, then there's the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. First time, I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your eye in more ways than one. So I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Don't worry. Nevertheless, it would be remiss for me to spurn the opportunity to bit off stick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. You're gonna like this. What is that sound effect? This is delicious! And it comes from lemons. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed this wild bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemons in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes. And the same is true with so many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal. And sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take any species with us. No doubt the former agonize over what was worth preserving and all with the consign of the history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we must to survive. If we were to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporids, we were both born for an acumen knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of the sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once the civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements of survival, it will inevitably seek the elimination of all form of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. This is the paradox of immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since the time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the cost of incursion of their futile quests, and all too often become the architect of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled, like what happened with Hermes. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. You got it! Poverty Majorzian, but what in the seven hells are you on about? Who are you anyway? Cooking Way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare the trip to the moon. And once we get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there will be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of the Aetheris species as possible if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's see if Arandra and the others have run out of machinery to install, shall we? So positive. And it was so, I like the fact it was so to be expected about the lemons. Like, ooh, those look shiny. That's an orange. No, it is not an orange. I like that the fact that I don't know what the percentage is, that most of the things that the human being eats was by accident, trial and error. The one that discovered that you can eat just a tiny part of the fugu fish and not die. The person that discovered that you can't eat some vegetables until you cook them because they're either too hard or they're tasteless. We're fascinating creatures, to say the least. Excuse me. It was the most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know any other places famed for their cuisine? Limsa is the home of Culinary Guild and many the Far East. I'm gonna go with Limsa Lominsa. Would that I had the time to visit? Huh. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. And last Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. We'll figure it out. We're smart. Uriadra appears to be tallying the Lopores in preparation of an imminent departure. Mitmut, I trust thy time with the Mariel agronomist did bear fruit. Oh, come on. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubts our guesses' relentless pursuits of knowledge could occupy them, and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to the Charlene Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every report here, though further questions within my power to answer arise. Aw. checking a few things. Hey, growing way. Okay, I don't want to crush my cat. Okay, she's in the behind me. What? Yes, Minwood, that was indeed in my verbalization side of expression my emotional state. You want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environment that of Icarus at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. All of your forests are like that? Most of them. The black shard is quite leafy indeed, and in place of utmost tranquility. They're verdant at least. The trees of the Dravania stand particularly proud. Dravania does have excellent trees. We should see the forest of the first one was purple. Let's go with the black shroud because I find it's more accurate. Gasp, I say! With a star so wonderful, it comes as to no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud. Okay. Get that idea out of your head. Your moon is fantastic. You just didn't have any good references. How it must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. That is not how we think at all. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. That is true. I thought I heard the tiny voices. Tancred. How didst thou fare? I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruptions here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing this disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that the single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause of concern. Perhaps not, though. Aided by the godly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? But you be of use to the people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone hoping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him? 'Tis was good a place as any. Come. Troubled researcher. What's up, dude? The little poets are here to help. Oh, can I help you? Actually, can we help you? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is burden eased. Pray, tell us what is thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. Is that an ear pun? I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship that is the sum of decades of Charlene ingenuity, it's still built with peerless, elegant technology. It's all true, but I know. That's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it with a great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us, then what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or one one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it will hardly matters. We've thought the Aether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that's turned out. I can't read. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus thou hold the power to allay the spheres. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but well, maybe you could tell me more if there's any aspect of the ship design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. A device and means by which to employ gravity, a spatial temporal spell to regulate the environment that is not strong enough. What if everyone floats away and begins crashing to things as soon as we left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be a help after it all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see? The same rules apply, and if we consider it as part of one of great big cosmos rather than separate places... And there they off. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet, if Tancred tells to be true, still others would benefit from insight born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loporas to attend them? An excellent idea. I say so myself. There is not would like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people at Atheris. Stop pushing my microphone. And earn more about them while we're at it. Full glad I am to hear it. Gather my companions and bring them hither. Mimut, thou hast a gift of finding souls and needing a succor. Succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall wait them here, and I might introduce each other to suitable Loporits. Whose pudding we gonna help? Oh, I do so look forward to it. A place of every Loporit, and every Loporit in their place. Growing Way has found their buddy, right? Okay. Oh my lord, this is gonna be. This is a. Wow. Gigantic. How many people I have to fight? 8. 8. I mean, when I was still await. Apologize, I'm waiting for a delivery. It seems as if it's easy to check for it is been or otherwise. Skeptical researcher. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it there, but the searching for a new star apart of the planet sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I do need particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars of gods know what made by gods know who. And what am I explaining? I don't know. You mean to say I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like questions. They do. Despondent engineer. Doesn't mean me to my for can appoint someone else. God damn. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already failing under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that might speak it with? Truly. We do? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for the monumental task. Tired gleaner. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void send played it as a piano. My feet are knees are a drum and cymbals too. Seems fine. If in need of a break. Okay, so he's fine, just needs a break. Please don't have anyone outside here. I'm gonna go check, but... Ah. Calm researcher. Worries. No, I believe I'm fine. Thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues, and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. Yeah, there shouldn't be anybody out here. Hope so. I hope so, at least. Hey, tank time. Pew. 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 How may I help you? How may I help you? But what a lovely idea! I too noticed people becoming rather tense. I rushed to pluck out some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only to track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry. What the heck? Why is there a frog there? Everyone goes well. This one is doing better than you are. It's going to be an ad break in 2.5 minutes. I only found 2 people so far. Wait, let's go grab that one up here first. Blasted assistant, where have they gone at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time to idle chit-chat. I need to confirm that either levels are consistent throughout the vessels and machinery, and it seems I shall have no to do so single-handed. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine, I do have tiny little bunnies that might want to help you. Developers are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least you won't moan about how they checked 24 times already. Haven't slept in weeks, lazy sods. You're that kind of boss, are you? Ow. My face? What's wrong with my... Ow, perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought in with us on the moon. Like Noah's Ark. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make a decision myself when I know so little about the environment out there. Yeah, we'll show you the growing way. And here in our discussion is a wonderful. I absolutely will thank you. Perhaps your biology itself might offer clues as well. Ponderous mathematician. We're halfway there. ... Consult our client. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. There should be an afterburner to make our arrival estimate unfeasible, but there are simply too many variables. I feel as I am raw will turn inside out, but perhaps our lunar associate will have much weight to consider too much weight of our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Three to go. An irreplaceable administrator. Why are you yelling at the junk monger? Ad break. minute and a half left. And we're back. You. Yes, you idiot. Have you seen the envelope lying about? This imbecile refused to give me the chemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Hey, and I'm climbing on my shoulder. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damn I doubt they'll be more than helpful than you. And you've wasted enough of my time already. Dude, you're freaking rude. Anxious engineer. What am I thinking about? The medical facility on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and surgeons, but to imagine every illness of injury that one might face is a great expanse is beyond any of us. To say of the effects of the living of their indefinitely might have on the body. Meh. The crew from the moon? Why didn't I not think of that? Because you did not know they were here? Aha! Aha! The end of this is word is nigh. Yet the work goes no faster. Schedule is such an imperial thing. Feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive. This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save there now. I like it. You probably won't need my help. Concerns? Nah, there's no point in me worrying at this stage. It only makes work so much slower. Okay. Okay, now that's the thing. I still need two more? Yeah, two more to find. One there. Distracted researcher. "56 bunches of weeds underground, 50 bunches of weeds. Rip one out and not add to the amount. 55 bunches of weeds on the..." I'm not imagining it, I swear! I was indeed in a little break, so you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant conversation partner is on, and oh, so fuzzy! Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. The leopards do be fuzzy, that is for sure. Oh, hyperventilating engineer. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what it dying feels like? You're just anxious, like the average millennial. Oh, don't pardon me. I didn't see you there. There is no cause of concern, I assure you. No cause of concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the holiday design buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless of lives and dooming all mankind, but that's highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Our visitors can help me triple check the structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be a wonderful... I'm breathing more easily already. There we go. That took forever. Just give me 2 seconds here. There they are. Have these tiny dried sausages. They all have their asylum portraits. This is awesome. Behold, Midnight. Thou find at first worth had Brent thrown out the labyrinthos. Valerie to a far greater number anticipant, leaving goths thus gather mortal portraits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance to their skills. The new bounds of friendship might be forged. That's awesome. Should greater matters require not thine attention, watch over them, I pray thee. Waiting for what?
So much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Everybody should have their own portraits.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
Why is Sleeping Way our pilot?
Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louis Soir, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Troublemakers?
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
You sound like a dickbag.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Wilson and Blovida, Charlian's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Oh! Interesting.
It has been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Are they gonna be pissed because
Likewise,
Moonbreaker's
old
there?
friend.
Okay.
Lavida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
She's pissed. Oh, okay. She's partially pissed.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
Hug her back!
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person.
Hug her back, idiot!
More than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know.
I don't even remember how she died. I would have to Google that.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
There you go.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am.
And I'm crying.
I knew not what to say.
Yeah.
Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
Was not expecting to cry today. Oh.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Oriange, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Oriange and the others? She had to mull it over for a while. Arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Oriange, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too.
Sad.
The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
Tiny bunny in the back with a giant smile. Ugh. Look at Living Way.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing.
That's true.
And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
It's been so long that I'm drawing a blank on how Moonbreeder died, so I'm gonna Google this. FF Muti Moonbreeder death. Ah. Okay, she sacrificed her life in order to create a weapon. Oh, Mima, be assured I am fine. I am. Full glad to see them too after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, I would have... wait. The would have been harder had faced them alone. I got shoes now. Next mission is Hither and Yarns. Yeah. The pall of anxiety over Chelan's hamlet has thinned of more manageable levels. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporets. Not disposed to rest of their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany by the countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall we remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alice. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes to the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Ha! Proud little lady. Not to mention that much in my discussion, I can't think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Time to blow my nose a bit. Sorry about that. Yeah. So 2 quests showed up. I don't remember seeing this one. You have anything of interest for me? Nope. Wooselfret. Aether Current. Yay! And a necklace too. Well, is there more that? Oh my God! There's so much more that showed up. Oh, there's one over there too. Did I speak with this person? I think I did, but I don't remember. Yep. Okay, nothing to do there. What's it, says he? Ah, Wandering Leporit. What do you have for me, sir? Ah, a earring. Another thing of interest. Salad. Ah, a ring. So I need to check this one, this one, this one. Ah. Well, I don't care about the... There's so many side quests that, unless you're really diligent, you're gonna miss them, like... And I'm just doing the ones that give me a substantial reward, you know? So if I don't get some form of a reward, an item, or what do we call it? An item, or a aetherite, or... I don't see the point, you know? My lord, that one's so far away, what the heck? Boom, boom, boom. I'll have to teleport back. That's how far that one is. It's ants from Lord of the Rings. Not yet, said Z. No, but shit. Let me pet you. Right? There it is. Let me see this person. I think I was experienced researcher. I'm pretty sure I always spoke to this one. Yeah, I have. And how about the one up here? Carry on, my wayward son. There'll be rest when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Well, that's done. No, said Z. Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Oh, Hithern Yarn, so that's... Okay, that's the continuation of the quest. I don't need to go that way just yet. I think I already spoke to you. Yeah, I already spoke to you. The ugly mount. What did it want me to do? P-R-8-Y. We're halfway through it to being 100. We don't need to hasten to reach 100 because I still have a whole ass expansion, and after Endwalker, then Dawn Trail completely to do, you know. So I've ridiculously overleveled this. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 Big, 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 big. Oh my lord, really? I think it's going to be faster if I do this. Do, 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 do. Did I discover all that? No, I have not. I still have this spot to discover right there. That's the only spot left to discover. Mm-hmm. Non! Pas de suite! Il est trop tôt! Yeah, Chunky! Excuse me. Everybody looks like Thancred. We're flying to our destination. Well, partially flying. I have a flying vehicle that can't go off 2 feet from the ground. Bloody annoying. Hey, LSA. Oh, what are you doing out here? Why is it squealing? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? I'm fine. Well, I appreciate your assistance. We need to get these aporia. Time is short, of course, but they are full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. After should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. I got 210 seconds to complete this, and of course I can't ride. Where I have to bring this? Way over there. Fantastic. Non, ça dit pas tout de suite, ma belle. We'll dodge the enemies. Hi, Fino. I got a box for you. Oh, you're helping with this crate. Wonderful. Can you put that there with the others? Yes, I can. Yeah, Megaton, blah, 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 blah. Ah, then I suppose I have Thancred to thanks as well. If you're wondering why we were asked to bring in these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turned out it is base of operations of sort, those with a final say as to what including the ship's manifest can be found here. Oh, hush, there's lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Theopolden is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance. At least considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Oof, I bit my tongue really harshly. Theopolden. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We brought sample from the Charlene Hamlet, series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortuna's children, are you not? Half an Alice at your service. You're well acquainted with our father. I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your father since our days at the stadium. I remember when we were. Yeah. Or you have welding with and thither. Clearly it's been quite some time since we've met. It is good to see you again, wielding your father's Nolith? Nolith. You knew our parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale it. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here. And reams of paperwork wants for submission. We can help with that. In exchange for the short stories of our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happens to be 3 sets of documents you need to do. So how about we take each one? Wait right here. I don't want one. You will find a foreign representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind, Alpha and Alice. I'm certain they will be back soon enough. Why? Are you the one who signed up Seven Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working with the Aether Burner. I'm doing all kinds of things. Theopoldin's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I seriously hope your signs succeed. The exit is without a doubt the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and we must circumspect in all respects, which is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlene hasn't ever been a nation of the curious. It would be tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Quick and efficient, I dare say. You have a talent for this work. The twins prefer only needed to be there elsewhere in the city, so they should be returning any moment. We return with not a scrap of paperwork on our person. You will note. You both have my thanks, and my apology for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling claws. That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd ask you to hear, not to reiterate. Of course, I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of the Levair name garners such respect in Charlian is your family's storied history. You too can trace the ancestors directly to those who came aboard the Nilkreft Hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself, but it's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it was traditionally before a point of pride. 'Tis why pronouncement renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through the knowledge of reason has never been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louisois looked at not a words, but his deeds. He asserted the intelligence of his peers that choosing to have the great and the small from the rising tides as we true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy, and the fall of civilization that led to him to conclude that the issue conflict of every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will never be conflict and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those who conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well, indeed. Archon Louisois lived by that personal creed, and he used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlene or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortunato could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunato agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choice or his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fortunato as a cranky old goat, but I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are considering his thoughts every moment and every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable. He was what with a kind of dumbfounded grin. I'm not even since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my words of it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustrated, single-minded. Once he has decided that a given action is the best, he will stay on course no matter who or what opposes him. And preferring a winning habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. He is pig-headed. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get too much in trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. You can speak again later. We're gonna get some gloves. No. What's it? Hail, you three! Hi, Graha. Graha, surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands. And here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object for tomorrow. Unfortunately, I have prior commitment, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Mitmut? Can you spare time? Yes, I can. I can actually, at any point, I can go level up another class. I could go defeat Bahamut. There's all kinds of shit I can do in between. Perfect. This shouldn't take too long. I like the robe, but the rest I'm not too fond of. I've seen better. An unspecified task awaits you. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantine falls right onto the bloody sky into my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to an anvil in a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, we need the flames of the Kokol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of aether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire aspect of the aether in Labyrinth is regulated by a nanomental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustments will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process once we arrive. This is where we part then. We will see you in Charlene Hamlet once the adamantine has arrived. It's for and not before. This way then. Apparently I have 2 million gil right here, and apparently I'm not rich. Apparently I'm poor with that amount of money, even though I can do freaking everything in the game. Director is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and address the fire. When I do, a rather large amount of water expected either will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we should both rather not be drawn to the area itself. Trust me. As you put down any that draw too near, they'll pose you a little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here, if you would. There we go. That was too hard. Did everything go smoothly out here? Yeah, quite. I thought as much. No major complication to speak of inside either. And the water appears to be venting properly. I expect Kakul will have a difference in its forged flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there is one other matter I thought I would discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this is shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. Yes. As we have established, refined adamantite is the product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material with saw much as a part of the Elegant's effort to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Delamud, of course being the most prominent. Of those who push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Amon wanted to travel. Did he remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. There is no evidence that he retained memories of his former life. He joined the Asians once the Empire has all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls like mine have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition toward which they are inclined? That might be possible. We know with relative certainty that if it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Xande. The Emperor's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness of in their hearts. In facilitating Xande's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves of the mire of their own indolence. Ad break coming up soon. That will be a good opportunity to feed the cat. Or would have not Xande been convincing by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only mean the same, to instill the people with a new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought the meaning that hope and distant stars. Sorry, cat distracting me. Such is the theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. And yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantine, to travel to the ends of the creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see what Coco is getting on? Logisticon Gamma. Bum 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 bum. What? Not yet. Soon, soon though. Eh oui. Pas de suite, ma belle. Now. Arrête. Dans 30 secondes. Actuellement, je vais me mettre à côté du dude là, puis on va aller te nourrir. Là. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go feed the cat, use the restroom. Ben oui, ben oui. Bye. Ad break should be, yep, a minute left. A minute and a half left to the ad break. Just in time from the ad break. Got myself a bit of rice with meat. Ooh, I can feel this flame blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you to do. Less you can conjure up and refine at midnight any faster. Bonds of adamantite. Cocold Dencold is as usual worked up over the after Aether Burner. I do trust you to deliver your promise. I do. Only I hate waiting! I want the adamantite and I want it now! Calm down, kid. Your Shaper's impatience, I assure you. Is there any? Are you sure there's anything else we can do in the meantime? Anyways, this sitting around is unbearable. Pity the front frowns on recreational explosions. Everybody should frown upon that. Well, so long as they can't prove it was predetermined, get you done. I've mistakes no make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look and make sure nothing has gone wrong, until sure otherwise. I'm certain there are better use of your time, however. I will join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon. We shall teleport there. If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Should be arriving soon.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Yay!
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Probably all the adamantite coming in.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Okay, okay, that's a fucking lot. Holy shit.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
What the? Most clear case. This is it.
Bleeding hellfire. They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
Take that back.
Stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
Awful name.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause. Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onokoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
Okay.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
Is that the big one over there?
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
That's the thing. It's the end of the world. Why should it be a bounty?
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. Ere we even had coffers to fill.
Oh,
Mother!
the twins' mother.
Amelians.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be ashamed to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
But again, world's about to expire. Why do you still pay for shit? Ugh.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways? Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlian. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters, though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed.
I can't wait to see a smile on that
Long story
bastard.
short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Oh, there he is.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
I was thinking the same thing.
Sid, you brought the team.
But no. Don't listen to Midwood.
Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard.
Hoary Boulder apparently has a whole Reddit for him.
Message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness.
So the goblins helped.
The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat-Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do.
Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Hrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, gave his assent. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go! What we could do with that much power! What we could blow up!
Don't blow up stuff, Kokol. Not the time.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the science end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
You finally smile, you dickbag.
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me, as family.
My daddy issues are deep because this hurts.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born.
Ah, that's a smile.
My heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisois openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because
He's
there are
smiling.
things
He's
you care
smiling.
about, and
He is a
people
proud papa.
and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
Easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Millions. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbour, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
Lend us your strength.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Okay. Goblins! May offer this invitation. As we agree, we will reveal that means by which Highland may be contacted. We are to meet him at the Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It is ours, however, that the form's method of speaking with her is not without risk. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived in Amenta have offered to stay and see to the any remaining tasks that needed doing. The forum has already asked for my assistance in voicing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tatara. We're off to Aporia then. And poof. I have already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Claraline. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. You're with Master Fortunal, yes? Just step inside the lift. Claraline. Well, what the? Well, this place is freaking empty. Let me just go discover the map. I'll be right back, dude. There we go. From here, we proceed to the heart of the labyrinth and its closely guarded secrets, Thomazine. It marks the beginning and the end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Oh. That's straight out from Warframe. I bid you welcome to Thomazine. Direct your attention towards the center to behold the arc over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized crab, the better to reduce the fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interiors, ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation in its freight capacity. The Aether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modifications, and we shall retach it soon enough. I have received word from Kakul and several of your allies that are working on it with intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time of speaking with Heidelin ere they finish. Point taken. Let's move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. I have done what I can to impress upon the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? See. Okay, so there you go. I can fly anywhere in here. Okay, there's something to do with this hat. Okay. Fortuno is ready to lead you into at last. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. Because the center was over there too, bub. Oh yeah, I can fly now. Or not. Probably not here. Boom, boom. Oh, wow. As you all know, alongside the physical world exists a ethereal plane, what we refer to as the Aether Sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between the planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the Aeta Anti-Tower and once more here in Tomathine. No sooner did the Forum decide that an exit from the star would be necessary that it began to work on this facility. Our accumulating the device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea, and even before in search of Heidelin's ever fainted head goes. Oh my lord, ITS scope. And you communicate with her through this device? For our time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it's been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than you have ever dared, beyond the anti-scope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor are you in safety not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The telescope ocular lens by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves in the hands that lies above us. Though through it we can watch and guide you. If those swirling depths, there are pockets of aethers so dense that turbulent they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk at then coming up into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that will extract you too early or too late. So it's either Kryl or Ishtola. Oh, it's going to be Kryl. I have thought about this as much. In truth, I do believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events of the Tower of Babel drain me, yes, but even though before that your capabilities far outstrip my own. This is no time to have a weak link in your vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist you in the matter of Master Fernanda, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me to do so? No. I can think of none that trust more. Compared to all the effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into either on a single expedition, to pose no challenge at all. And if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in age past prefer to see as a underworld, our final resting place. It is embraced and memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul. So also we believe. Yet, what of these memories? Few think of the what because of them? Cast the drift of the other tides. Some theorize that they may linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you in hatred or of love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you. They may lift you up once more. Oh, we might see our departed friends like Papalimo, Moonbreda, Isael. A lot of people died. Well, a lot. Okay. So many people can join me. Enter with NPCs. So, Ishtola for sure, yes. The twins, meh. I'd rather have Oriander than twins.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
And let's go with Estinian.
Right then.
Let's go. Off we go. The Northern Emptied in Tiascope. Whatever, how you pronounce it. I'm now level 90. We're gonna eat ourselves some kanyaki.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
The gloves are off. Here, I will not hold back.
Shrinking, sinking, resentment.
We shall overcome this.
I have access to my Shadowbringer. Awesome. That is a lot of people here. Okay, there's... Okay, that's hilarious. Yeah, you can't go there. This tiny rope is not letting you go through.
Make ready.
There we go. Tiny fire. Hilbert? No! Oh yeah, he was an enemy. Huh, interesting. Okay, I missed a part there. That was part Papalimo. Okay, who are we about to face? Olivia the Who? Ah, miss. Ooh. What? Oh, I'm an idiot. Jesus. Frustration, whatever that does. There we go. Earrings offending. I think they're actually better than the one I have, right? Yep. Yeah, it's actually a natural upgrade. Whoop. There we go. Down we go. Whee!
I'm losing you.
We are going deeper, so unsurprising.
I will not hold back.
Sinking Decision. Archon's Memory. Oh, it's Horshafont? Okay, who are we about to face? Ritathin the Unbreakable. Unshakable. Oh God. I took a beating there.
Together we shall overcome this. Be gone! You're mine!
Ad break coming up soon. Oops, wrong button. Gonna teleport back in the middle. Hello.
Together we shall overcome this.
It's almost dead. There we go. That. Bracers offending. Ad break in about a minute. We're gonna go even deeper, and I think Kryle won't be able to hear us anymore. Whoop. Okay, we're not going deeper. We're going further. Well, okay, who's our savior now? We knew you'd come. So who was that? Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we're gonna, after we defeat this group, we're gonna take a quick break. There we go. And the ad break should be popping up in a few seconds. Bum 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 bum. And ad break end in less than a minute. Ad break is done. Okay, down we go. That's a lot of dead souls over there. Bum, 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 bum.
You underestimate me!
No, I don't. Minfilia! Hey! I think I'm the only person. Well, not true. Not true. Many people disliked her. I liked her. I didn't mind her at all. Get the other kids in the back. Sinking regret. Bonk, 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 bonk. We smash with a big sword. More savage materia, which I'm gonna practically sell. Okay, who would be our final boss here? I have no idea, to be honest. Emmett? No, wait, that's not his voice. What the fridge is this? Zodiark? Wait, Thunder Soul Amon. Never mind, I forgot who Amon was. Okay, so
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far.
what are you doing there?
You will persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set.
I will not hold back.
Ow. Why was I hit? Did I miss something?
Make ready. Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
Whew.
What a boorish audience you are! Make ready! Be gone!
Bum, 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 bum. Lift. Oh, damn it. I saw way too late it said left.
This will hurt.
This is going to leave a mark.
Now I saw the left, and also I saw the guys going that way, so making me think I was not on the proper side.
Together we shall overcome this. Be gone!
And Amon's almost dead. Bye bye, Amon. Amon? 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 Amon!
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
No. Where are you going? Ya papita po, papita po. What's in the box? Ah, Aether's Ring of Casting. Equip. Okay, that went well. Ah, Amon's come. Oh. Okay, Amon came back dead. Or dying.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Ah, what am I about to do with that?
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace.
No. Oh.
Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Have you any memories of Medion? Do you call your days as Hermes?
How would you know that name?
Because I saw you.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Selch. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal
Amon, okay.
I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them, no matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly! But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, Why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution. That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Fandango. Still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
Who?
How very astute. But let me be clear.
Oh goddamn.
Come to
Okay.
consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
I'll do what must be done.
And what might that be? My wish is all but granted. To die and take you all with me.
Oh dang. Bye, Amon.
Don't try to follow me. more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again. You had better hope not. Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Hi, Dylan.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
We meet again, Vinat.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge.
Why did that sound ominous?
I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we
It helps.
so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, straightforward enough.
Aye, no room for confusion there. In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years.
What was it?
I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
I knew this was a fight that was coming up. I just did not know why, and now it all makes sense. You ain't going nowhere if you can't beat me. When using the DC support system, you have the opportunity to enter start with a party of scions. Some of these allies' roles will differ from those you are normally able to select. Well, what time is it? Let's do this. Bring it on, Heidelin! Party of NPCs. So we got our 2 healers, our Alphano and your Yanger, and everybody else are DPSs. Makes sense. Thancred is going to be my tank buddy. Let's do this. I saw a clip. Apparently some of the NPCs are dumbasses. Huh? The Mother Crystal. Divine Light, Heidelin.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth. Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
You're mine!
A change of arms. May the test continue.
Oh.
I have you now.
You cannot stop us!
Near or far. Here, I will not hold back. You underestimate me.
And now this.
Light unyielding.
I have you!
Magos' Radiance.
You're mine!
Divine Mantle. Oh, Jesus. Hey, Thancred, would you mind taking over? Where's my skirt? There it is. Eh. Thancred, take over! I have like all these debuffs on me. Or not.
The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise.
Heavens.
Think.
Got you.
And find your way in the darkness.
I shall not yield.
Oriander went down. Oriander's back.
This will hurt.
Ow.
Be gone.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back.
Oof. Oof, we almost died there. 93%.
Then you are resolved. This test is far from over. By crystal's light. Let's give them a show.
Crystallize. My mouth, there it is.
Succumb not to fear.
I will not hold back.
Oh boy, a lot of boom booms. Where's everyone going over there though? Ah, that's why. Oh god. Estinian fell. He's gonna be fine in a few seconds.
Where near or far.
You underestimate me.
Come on, guys. Ow, 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 god damn it. Ah! I got hit hard by that. Hmm. 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 Ah, poop nickels. Ugh. Okay, this is a hard fight. I got hit hard. That was my fault. I wasn't able to dodge the thing properly. And I got hit hard by the wave of gold. Okay, time to do this again, I guess.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue.
I will not hold back.
Where near or far.
You underestimate me.
This will hurt.
And now this.
Bum 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 bum.
Light unyielding.
I will not hold back.
By blade.
I'm in pain.
Hold still. Try and hold still.
Vulnerability up ×5. Thancred, I'd like you to take over if it's possible, friend.
The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. You underestimate me. Find your way in the darkness.
You underestimate me!
You cannot stop us.
I will not hold back.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back.
Ah, we did better this time. Woo-wee.
Then you are resolved. With heart and steel. But this test is far from over. By crystal's light.
All or nothing!
Make ready.
I have you now. Light unyielding.
Try and stop me.
Refulgence eternal.
Of course I got hit by that. Fantastic. Magos Radiance. Crystallize. Dawn Mantle.
Where near or far.
Having 3 vulnerability is not fun. Thancred should be taking over, but he doesn't.
I have you now.
Try and stop me. Hold still.
Thancred, please take over. I'm not going in there. I'm gonna die if I do. Oh my lord, this is gonna hurt. Come on, the vulnerability is almost gone. Follow the guys.
I will not hold back.
Okay, my vulnerability is finally gone. Fantastic. Okay, good. It was at freaking 6. Usually the off tank takes it over, but this time, oh, I thought I saw something.
Hold still.
Whoop.
I have you now.
Ad break coming up.
Light unyielding.
Oh, did I goof? Why was anybody on me?
I have you now.
Prepare yourself. You underestimate me.
Almost down. We got this. All is good.
By blade.
There we go. What a timing for the ad break to show up.
At last, man has the strength to. Okay, we'll wait for the ad break to show up, and then we're going to continue our journey. Blech. Come on, ad break. You know you want to show up. I know you're there, hiding. Come on, ad break. There it is. Okay, I have to go. I'm going to go take a pee. I'll be right back.
Ba-ba-dum-bum-bum. Doopity-doo. Okay, and we're back from the ad break.
No! This can't be happening!
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rending him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteon, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope, as goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift.
It's my OnlyFans.
Thou dost possess the crystal of Azum, yes?
Question mark.
As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. when the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over. It is I who should thank thee for all thou hast done and may yet accomplish. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Bye, Heidelin. Should have took this time to go grab water. Ah, okay, it's a speaking air. It's a read where I need to read. I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. Because I think I've drank like, what, 4 or 5 sodas today? So, they're diet sodas, so don't worry about me. Good old water. I'm glad to see you well. Though we could roughly place your souls deep as you went, you could neither see nor hear you. Hearing our either near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? You mean to say Heidelin is... She's dead! No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry on Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Media if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is, the fancy navigator one. To the edge of the universe were congregated the dispersed countless stars. We're determined to see this through. See. Where should words fail, we will fight to be to the bitter end. And now I know that it pains you to accept this word that I need to ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only 2 means to travel the great expanse: the moon and the Charlayan's arc. I am all too aware that without both of them, there will be no Exodus, but nevertheless beg of you to honor the agreement you made. To the foreigners here will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not descend it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not and would do all within my power to aid your cause. There you go. With the set settled, might I suggest you rest a while. Proving oneself on a tide is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need today to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day. Ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then, and perhaps a nap? I like naps. Naps are the bestest. Here we go. Time to go slip. Aha, I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. As your expands any after effects of chronic spur, nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep. And if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. I'm a side sleeper. Why am I underwater? Under this. Oh.
Some time, indeed. Yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, you too. And so we remain to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Why am I drifting away? Okay, so that's done. Hi, Kryle. A bold decision. Kara has urgent news. Of course she does. Midman, I trust you've had a good rest. I did. An envoy of Master Fortuner arrived not too long ago. His message. The Loporets have determined Meteon's location. We've been asked to gather at the rostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. No, Tatari, you're not coming? A great many of helping hands delivered it. One couldn't be happier between the other. Hey, hi, Nanamo. Went on my shoulder. I like it when I like it when Nanamo just climbs on my shoulder when I'm talking to somebody else. Let's see. Wait, did I see? Well, I have to do this. I have to do this triple triad. I have to. Cheating way. Something went wrong, but no friend. Let's give it another shot. What's going on? Why can't I post my picture? Let's refresh the page. Try this again. There you go. Care to challenge me on the spot of triple? I'm quite good, you know. Probably because you're cheating. Fallen Ace, swap, and plus. What does Fallen Ace mean? Could go with this. Argo! What the? Well, no choice to go this. I got an Argos card. Yay! But no rematch. I just need to face you once. I beat you, cheating ass. There we go. We'll be stopping soon. I think we're going to stop after getting this quest. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loporets have deducted the whereabouts of Meteon by means of a crystal bequeathed by by Heidelin herself. Your quarry's location is placed far beyond the moon and farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed, how then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Looking for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion system, the moon is capable of delivering you to the ultimate goal, but the myriad other cities housed within would greatly impede travel through the sea of stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess an either enough to bear the massive vessel to the destination and back. However, if we integrate a hyper hopper into the Aether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump on away to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind with this, it is not made solely for Marissa, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing of the Port's proposal, the Forum has faced with a grave decision. To commit the art to instead would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposed position invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Heidelin believe are possessed of the strength needed to overcome the crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan to Heidelin our own making. Therefore, if the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it in our hands. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of the star. This is why we have chosen to place our faith in Heidelin, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to the Ultima Thule. With all the people in the laboratories to prepare for the evacuation, they must be furious. I will not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds at the Magnica Glacies, nor did your instrumental role in the Ark in delivering the Adamantine to go unnoticed. Nope, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary, they have expressed unwavering support of you and your mission. And the Laportes too willing to abandon the Exodus? We are not listening when you... Were you not listening when you said we're both on Heidelin's love and Aetheris and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life or otherwise vexing problems on our know-how can remedy. Besides, Heidelin chose us to lead the way to Medion. Why else would she give us a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we are perfectly content to navigate through until you brought us here, Urianger, and now we're enamored with the place. So what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions. So I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? No. Why me? You couldn't stop us if we try it. We're all ready to find out it is whatever it takes. Well, we've come this far. It's such a downer. Very well, we shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparation to bolster the Ark with the Hyper Hopper. The Laportes will coordinate with the Elsabar contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, I will take time until the work is complete. Actually, we're going to stop once I've reached Ultima Thule, which is like in a few missions. I have the page open, so it's like in 2 quests. Twould seem there is not to be done to rest to prepare. Shall we? See. Huh? Who lives, who dies, who retells this? What? just saw that mission complete. I'm gonna see what this is about. This place is interesting. All cities should be like this. You can't fly in it, but at least you can mount, making it faster, you know? Wait, did I did not turn the proper place. Oops. Why do I have 2 quests to return? What? A refrain from the Undaunted. Who lives, who dies, who retells your story. What the heck? Where'd all these missions that popped up? What the heck? Okay, they'd all seem to be in regards to Alexander. Ah, okay, I've unlocked some savage content. Gotcha. So that's probably what's happening over there too. Alexander the Creator. Okay. So I've unlocked savage content. Savage being the second to none in difficulty. Okay. Right, can't ride. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to see how one can be best prepared to brave domain where dynamics governs all. Nevertheless, Haydn deem us worthy of the trial that awaits. For lack of any other feasible option at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Medion as we are. Which leaves the not so small task of coordinating our efforts here, you and Tadaru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Perhaps it will be affected dynamics for the better. With this settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. Hi, Tateru. The meeting's over, is it? We were in there so long, I started to worry. What did he have to say? Blah, 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 blah. The edge of creation. I see. Rest assured everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. If Tadaru says we're coming back, we're coming back. Tadaru has all the knowledge. Actually, could I borrow you for a moment? Sure. Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldecion Annex. Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. If it's not a giant mecha, I don't want to see it. Ow. Ow. Ah! Finally, I'll be able to get what I wanted. Welcome me to the Taru's boutique. I always done some of my boasts to provide the science of professional attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive to the most functional yet stylish clothing could ask. Not that I'm praying favorites, but you are the Water of Light. Faced with us in a political crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defined masterpiece. But then Inspire struck, and I saw my golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Charlayan. Of course, I would never change you for any of our works. Perish the thought. How are things coming along? Everything's in order, Mrs. Tataru. Will be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to the very first purchase. Would you mind waiting here for a moment longer? Sure. The final event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending... Oh, I don't have any. Wait for Tataru's boutique to open. Yes. Ah, I did not expect to find you here. Oh, hi, Varshan. Vishin? I imagine Nidana would also wish to offer you her regards. Alas, after luring our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work at the Aether Burner. The simulacrum too will stay in Charlayan, while I oversee matters in Razatan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to final days on everything else. It's all on me to know. I'm so sorry. After a fashion to watch over my people in this... Watch over my people in this distant land. Rashawn, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisan to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is as I should be thanking you. This assignment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You even have blessed them with a newfound purpose and means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they are last returned home to Razaton, the experience of another have gained in your employee will no doubt prove a boon to the administry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well. Believe me, your artisans have taught me so much about Thanarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are more from them short and inspiring. Can't wait to see what kind of wonders you come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mrs. Tataru. Before coming here, I heard a word of the performance of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called the star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion for the flame of every other star an encounter had likely been extinguished. In the balance of stars, the light of bringing life must have been blinding in its splendor. Your journey onto the heavens to protect the light, may the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to the star. What would that would that I had where to live to see it? I should like to visit Razaton again when this is all over. I worry your fate. Let's go with this one. As we should be honored to receive you, there is still much in Razaton yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. So who else is going to show up and say hi? Ugh. Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Hey, pudding. Oh, it's you. I was expecting it was... Oh, it's the pompous brat. Midman, old girl. My, whatever are you doing here? Old girl. A new boutique, you say? I had been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiment so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. The young Lord Four-Temps insists that, so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlayan. Thus do I toil, though every fiber of my being rails against it. Why is it suffered at the company of the brute Sicard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion? Yet he was the one granted leave to mourn his married to person in some covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work. And without Honoroy here, there is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, Charlene delicacies have simply were lacking in every aspect. Have you tried Archon loaf? You can find it in all the shops. If a hard time is what you're after, I suggest the Last Stand. The cafe over the pier? Their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I'll give it a try. Thank you for your suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl. Don't call me old girl! It's like I'm a horse. Ugh. Ugh. That person was... I don't think a person was... No, he was there. There's a tiny girl up there. Unless she was already there and they noticed. Well, with his master, is that Mitmo and Tata or Raspai? Hi, Hancock. Awful name. Hanka, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my general plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what matter if an entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straightways to Kugane once I finish. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis into your advantage. She wounds me! The investment in running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight for the front lines of deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready to for their return. If you believe in so devout, then why do you not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru. There is not more that I can do to help in the Ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return I shall host a grand celebration honor at the Bokairo Rin. Accommodation are quite costly given the reputation you set establishment, but at least Aldenar Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cakes? I appreciate the gesture, but no thank you. Will there be lemon cakes? Oh, a woman of tart taste. I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world of Lord Lolorito have to offer. She's not impressed. Sorry. But unless speak more and just upon your return, lest I draw even more Tataru's ire. Until next we meet. She's so angry after him. Can I stop getting visitors and get that shop going? Why is that? That guy has been suffering for a while now. Ah, maybe decided to spend your time at the market, did you? So who's coming to say hi this time? Ah, Biggs. It's either Biggs or... I can't remember who... I think this is Wedge. No, that's Wedge. Okay. Tataru! Biggs, Wedge! I take it it worked on the arc precedes a pace. It does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlayan and Razatan has been a rewarding experience. And that's to say nothing what you've learned from the Loporits. The arc is unlike anything we ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait you to see it. It's still hard to believe that we have the means to send you off into great expanses, though, to the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels. Yes, there I am. More often than not, you and your science are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think now how much I'd have missed out on had not been a member of the Ironworks. Why am I harping to reads right now? An awful lot of work, to be fair, and privilege is being worked like a cart chocobo. Mumble. Ha! There's that too. As bad as we have been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Mitmut. But not matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. That we do, my friend, that we do, in one filled with even more adventures. There we go. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with the refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tara. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. There's still a few more supplies together before we return. Is it finally open? There's the way right this way, if you please. The lovely aura. Right, I don't believe the two of you have been known for me. In truth, this is Varsaruth from Palaka San. Oh, I think I've met her. Please see me. You haven't we met before? I'm pretty sure we did. Ah, yes, it was you who helped us in Perusa. And again, when they're crossing the ice field, was it not? I doubt we've seen a little more than glances then, but it's kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mr. Star, many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times, we must look no one other for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Tavernier, but we are here today and glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think now how we've come since our humble beginnings at the waking sands, from rise and stones to the falling snows, even certain insufferable someone's ruby bazaar. We were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long journey, and I've been pleased to watch, often with bated breath, as you preserve time and time again. For all the joy we shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. That is true. You just need to dose it properly. Which is why I promise to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. In addition to new assemble, we have remnants preparing for every need, so please feel free to browse our stocks. You may now obtain job-specific gear from Varsaruth. The weapons and gear obtained can be equipped at level 89. However, all items will be subject to their level sync. Upon reaching level 90, the corresponding items will no longer be synced. Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon completion to the roles associated with said job. Job gear tank. Trying to see. Okay. Well, I think we're gonna call it here before we're gonna. Okay, we're gonna call it here. And we'll keep it up next time. So, thank you all for being here today. It was quite a pleasure to stream for you guys. We are going to raid out. Don't know whom yet. Let's see what we have available right now. Let's go say hi to Aqua. They're about to go play some Stardew Valley with their friends, so that should be quite nice. So yet again, thank you again for being there. May you all rest well. You all have yourself a fantastic time. And okay, may you all have a fantastic time. We'll see you next time. I think I'm busy all week, so our next stream should technically be on Saturday. So thank you all for being there. May you all rest well. May you have a fantastic rest of your week, and take care. Love you guys. Take care. Bye bye.